All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 10 o'clock. I would like to sorry, Representative McGuire, one second. All right, I would like to open the public hearing on HB 266 and welcome Representative McGuire.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Carol McGuire of Merrimack District 27, and this bill was a request of the Administrative Rulemaking Department, and I want to start out by saying it does not authorize any remote or hybrid meetings that are not otherwise authorized in law. It simply says that if you are authorized to hold such a meeting and you choose to do so, these are the things you have to do to make sure that the public is properly notified and can participate. The hybrid meetings are already allowed if you have a physical quorum in one location, and members may come in addition to the members who are in the physical location. Remote meetings are not currently authorized in general, but I know that some of them have been happening. And this bill is an attempt to make sure that the rules are followed, that the public is informed, and that they can participate. And I will try to answer any questions. This is essentially what was done under the emergency rules in 20 and 21, with a little polishing as we learned what happened.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative Groden.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that I understand that what you're saying is you're just codifying what should be happening with
Yes.
remote meetings.
Yes, exactly. It defines hybrid meeting. It adds in, what you have to do to have a remote or hybrid meeting that is consistent with the right to know law.
Anybody else? Seeing nobody, thank you, Representative.
Okay.
That is the only card I have. Did anybody else in the public want to speak to HB 266? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on 266. And we are free until 10:45. So you have 40 minutes. We'll see you back here then. Welcome back, everyone. It is 10:45, so I am going to open the public hearing on HB 337 FN relative to directing the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification to provide notice of public meetings and an opportunity for comment from the public. And I would like to welcome Representative Merchant to introduce the bill.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and also to members of the EDNA. For the record, my name is Gary Merchant. I represent Sullivan County District 6, which is Claremont and Croydon. I come before you today in support as a prime sponsor for House Bill 337. I won't read my testimony to you, but I will leave it with you in respect of time. During last year, we passed Senate Bill 330. And Senate Bill 330 was created as a study committee to explore OPLC in ways we could try to help the agency become more efficient in things that they're struggling with in order to overcome some of the barriers. Part of that process was to look at communication. And one of the things I heard during the testimony over several weeks from various boards was the challenge in trying to get notification of meetings and the documents being shared in the public session. So what this bill simply does is it places a requirement in OPLC that the board, a commission, or a council simply has to, under 91A, notify a meeting 14 days before the meeting. It also requires that any government records are made available to the public 7 days before the meeting. Now, I'll give you a little bit of history. I was on a board of pharmacy for over 10 years, 10 years actually, 10 years in a month. And during that time, being on the board, as a member of the board, I received all the documents because as a board member, you have to see them before the meeting. Otherwise, you won't have time to reflect on them, digest them, and so forth. I didn't realize to the public when I was sitting on the board how difficult it was for them. When I came off the board, I quickly realized how challenging it was because the board's up there talking about documents, just like we're doing today, and the public's going, what are they talking about? And where's my ability to comment on what's being passed? So what this bill simply does is put a requirement that any agency or commission, or council, or board under the PLC meets the requirement. One of the things I noticed in preparation for the meeting today, there's a drafting error. I should have caught it earlier. I did not. And why I bring this to your attention is if you look at the documents, there's one if you look at where OLS placed the document, I should have caught this and I didn't. And what caught my attention was why is OPLC asking for a fiscal note of $311,000? It didn't make sense. But then I went back and looked at where the attorneys placed the bill in the RSA. And if you look at one where it's in the bill now, it is in section 310A1. I thought that was A11. It's A1L. And if you look at A1L, it deals with hearings, decisions, and appeals, which was never the intent of what I wanted to accomplish. When you get into a hearing, particularly disciplinary hearing, the documents that are shared with the board are relatively private and are legally binding. So therefore, to release those documents to the public before the board meeting would be problematic without having a legal review. What I recommend to this committee, and I'd be more than glad to make the amendment and give it to one of the members on the committee, is we move it from 310.1L to 310.1A1D. D as in David. I think that's the more appropriate place for the bill to reside. It doesn't, and I would also talk to Executive Director Lindsay Courtney to work with her. She has some concerns about maybe some other things that may have to be amended within the bill to specifically exclude hearings and disciplines, because the bill doesn't currently address that. It only deals with emergencies and deals with non-public. But this is probably something that should be excluded as well. So that's my testimony for you today. And why I'm here before you is to basically, I'm a strong believer that transparency is important, that any government entity should, as much as possible, inform the public what they're deciding and let them know what's going on. I believe in transparency. I think we have a right to know what our government's doing. I think the government has an obligation to inform us of what they're thinking of doing. So that's the intent of the bill. I'll take any questions.
Yes, Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Merchant, for taking my question. Starting with line 9, section 8, basically, councils and commissions can take public comment. But what isn't written down, and should it be, the amount of time allowed for public comment. Case in point that I'm getting at in Nashua, I'm also on the Board of Aldermen. We give the public 3 minutes, and we hope that they're concise and to the point. But that's a trait that is not really out there in everybody in public speaking. So I'm just wondering if the concern. I would hate to see a meeting tied up for an extremely amount of time.
Representative O'Brien, I totally concur. I think it's a good point. I'd be more than glad to incorporate that into an amendment that I'll have either before the committee or somebody on this committee to introduce on my behalf. Do you have a recommendation to 3 minutes? My concern, as I listen to what you're saying, is it 3 minutes per person, or should it be a block of time that the chair can divvy amongst people? Because you could have 20 people there with 3 minutes each, which is an hour. So is it better to give up to 30 minutes and let the chair decide how to allocate the time?
If I may.
You may.
In the example of Nashua, everybody's entitled individually to the 3 minutes. If it takes 5 hours, unfortunately. But that's what the whole point of at least 3 minutes is to try to avoid. Although we strongly encourage, if somebody else did mention something, you can get up and reaffirm that you agree with that point of view to expedite the matter. But you're, again, relying on the good nature of people.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Lakis.
Thank you. Looking at lines, the part on the public comment, 12 to 14, unless I'm missing something, it only says to submit written comments. I don't see anything that would give people the ability to testify in front of anything. Am I missing something?
Right above it.
Representative Lekas, I think.
Oh, at the section above it?
Yes.
Correct.
Section 8.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
And do you have a preference on time allocation? Do you think a 3 minute time allocation per person is reasonable, or should it be some other?
Follow up if
I
I
may.
can answer that. Yeah, I would go more with, I mean, you might set a minimum people can do, but however you set the rules, I think the chair needs the ability to allow it to be extended, because you may have somebody with some expertise that you really want to hear what they have to say, and it might take more than 3 minutes, rather than just having a pile of people from the general public commenting. So.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative O'Brien.
Thank you. And I'll ask an informal question to Representative Merchant, what you are actually talking about is somebody from the public getting up and making a comment on what's being presented on the agenda. Isn't so much, there's a difference between a public comment and somebody offering testimony on a particular procedure. To which if somebody's offering testimony, then there's a wide leeway that you want that information and the time is given to that person for the testimony. Is that the agreement
that's
is
the
your
agreement.
intent? Thank you.
The testimony would not have a limit per se. That would be totally under the control of the chair. This is more to allow people in the audience, the public, to testify, not testify, but to speak on behalf, share the concerns, if you will, before the board.
Yes, Representative Lakis.
Thank you. Actually, on a different topic, and maybe Lindsay would be better to answer this, but it says there shall be, notice certain amount of time in advance. So what happens if a board manages not to give that notice? Does that mean they have to cancel the hearing until they do? Yep.
My understanding under 91A, if a meeting is not appropriately noticed, you cannot have the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
That's a 91A requirement.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Merchant, I'm looking at the bill and it says that your amendment starts after Roman numeral 6, but the handout that you gave us ends at Roman numeral 5. And I'm looking in my tablet at the current statute that says it was amended for July of 2022, and there's no Roman numeral 6 there either. Is there something that?
Are you referring to,
Yeah, this is the current
Representative?
law.
are you looking at 310A:1
Colon
oh,
1
L
dash D.
D? No, what I'm suggesting is that right now where it lies is in 310A:1 L. The L I took as a 1, and that's where my confusion was. And it wasn't until this morning when I went back and looked at my notes, and I was trying to understand why there'd be a fiscal note of $311,000. That's when I realized it's in the hearing and discipline section, and I think we should move it from there into the other one, which is 310 hyphen A:1D in that section. So be added there at the bottom. It may come, I'll talk to the attorneys down in OLS, but I think it's going to come down to adding at that point in time where it says 5, making this then a 6 and going through it that way.
Okay, well, that was my point.
Yep.
The amendment, or I mean, the bill is worded incorrectly.
Correct.
If you're amending D.
Yes, it is.
So that was my point.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Representative. The chair would like to call Executive Director of OPLC, Lindsay Courtney.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Lindsay Courtney. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. Thank you to members of the committee for hearing my testimony today. OPLC does not take an official position on this bill. We certainly support the intent of the bill, which is to promote public transparency. Practically in the office, we have done what we can to promote transparency. Since the state of emergency ended, we've continued to live stream our meetings to provide greater access to members of the public. Most of our boards do allow opportunity for comment from members of the public. That's considered best practice. And we fully support the intent of this bill to codify that. We do have some concerns with the way it's drafted, and we would be happy to collaborate and work with Representative Merchant to address some of those concerns if appropriate. Namely, we just want to make sure that there is some language that allows boards to convene a quorum if the need arises but doesn't actually meet the requirements for an emergency meeting. I'll give you a prime example. Right now, we have a 24-hour requirement for notice purposes under 91A. Oftentimes, we run into workforce issues. Members of the healthcare industry in particular need to get licensed. Boards occasionally still review applications. It's not uncommon for a board to convene a meeting on a couple of days' notice, for example, to review a licensure application so that person can start working. We just want to make sure that the 14-day requirement is not impeding the state's ability to conduct business and get work done. As it's worded, that circumstance wouldn't be permitted. We would need to notice a meeting 14 days in advance. So that could be problematic from a workforce standpoint. The other concern I have practically is that many of our boards that review licensing applications do review them in public session. They are able to do that provided, the discussion would not reasonably impact a person other than a board member. So when we have these confidential documents that they're discussing, they're not revealing confidential information, but there's personally identifiable information, there's accompanying documentation, transcripts. We would not obviously be able to release all of the information on the application. And so it would require extensive effort on our part to redact all that information. So that could slow things down. And I think, there could be an alternate solution. Maybe boards shouldn't be reviewing applications in public session. But I do want to bring that to the committee's attention that practically that would be somewhat difficult for us to implement. Those are our primary concerns and comments. Again, we're happy to work with Representative Merchant if he so desires any sort of changes, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Yes, Representative Lakis.
Thank you. I can't speak for Chair McGuire, but I suspect this would end up going to a subcommittee that deals with licensing.
Yeah.
From behind the curtain, she speaks. So what I would suggest is that, you be involved in that and maybe come with some suggested language for things you'd like to see to be considered, especially concerning, I want, it's important to have the meetings and to require that they be held. Leaving too big a loophole to be able to hold a meeting without the notice is problematic. So I don't know where the line would be drawn on that, but you might have some ideas. So thank
Excellent. Will do, Representative.
Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director, for taking my question. I know in my job as an alderman, we have had situations, particularly when we discuss personnel issues and other events, that we go into a non-public, and 91A does have a clause in that allows it to go in, and then we'll usually traditionally, to protect everybody involved, make a decision to seal the minutes, and they shall stay sealed until sometime, at some point, the majority of the board determines that to release it. Do you have that right?
We do. Certain boards exercise it differently. Certain boards are more comfortable reviewing, for example, licensing applications in public session versus others review them all in non-public. I think an argument can be made both ways. If there's nothing on the application that is problematic, it probably shouldn't be reviewed in non-public because it may not meet that exemption criteria under 91A. I think it's 5. So we certainly have that capability. It's just different boards exercise it differently.
Anyone else? Yes, Representative Gerhard.
Thank you, Chairman. Quick question for you. When you're redacting stuff, how is the process done? To me, it seems like there's only certain fields on a document that would have personal information. And so isn't it just a magic marker and boom, 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 done?
We all have Adobe Pro. So we utilize an electronic method for redaction. some of our boards review many, many documents. So it does require some of our boards, like Foresters, for example, they may have 10 documents to review. Some of our boards, like pharmacy, they have a lot of documents that need to be reviewed. So it depends on the board what the volume would look like.
But so follow up.
Yes.
So a member of the public could do a 91A request and get these documents, and they'd be redacted at that point.
Correct. Yep, absolutely. And that does happen.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This may be another question for our chair, who I see as a co-sponsor. Based on the prime sponsor's testimony, it appears that although this bill is marked as an early bill, perhaps that's not really accurate. Is that possible to be changed? I'm just wondering if there's enough time to make the corrections to the language if it has to go to finance or wherever. Thank you.
Yeah, just for clarification on that, if that gets moved to section D, does that eliminate the fiscal note, reduce the fiscal note?
I think it would reduce the fiscal note. I think we would still have a need for staff support on, we would want to make sure that somebody's reviewing all materials before they're publicly posted. We do presently have technologically, and we're exploring this, the capability of posting all public documentation because we're using a different platform. I'm a little hesitant to roll it out because with a click of a button, you could reveal information, and we need to make sure that we have internal controls in place prior to doing that. So it would make me feel more comfortable if we had additional staff review prior to posting information on the web.
Anyone else? No? Thank you, Director. Appreciate it. The chair would like to call Bill Trombley.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Good morning, committee. My name is Bill Trombley Jr. I'm from Manchester, New Hampshire, and I'm representing the Plumbers and Fuel Gas Fitters Association of New Hampshire. And we are in favor of this bill. And as I'm listening to the testimony, something simple turns complicated, I guess. The main thing is that we're looking for is board meetings. We're not looking for emergency meetings. We're not looking for hearings or anything else like that. I was the chairman of the mechanical board for over 11, 12 years and didn't see a problem because I was at every meeting. As I left the meeting, the chair, I a couple of times drive up from Manchester, which is not that big of a travel, but the meeting is not going on, or it went on earlier, it went on yesterday. Didn't happen. It doesn't happen a lot, but it's happened. And I think with posting the meeting 14 days ahead of time is something that is really needed. Now, our members, and it's great that these meetings are remote. And I have now gone to listening to the meetings by remote unless I'm up in this area. The one thing that is with those meetings is that the information that is going on in the meeting is not readily available. It's not posted. Yes, after the meeting, I can ask for it, or maybe I should ask for it before. Our association we're not looking for the applications that the mechanical board, I can only speak for the mechanical board, is they review the application in non-public, and I would assume that that's a non-public document, so that wouldn't be available for the public. We're just looking for the documents of the business that's going on with the mechanical board, that's going on, that's non-controversial, I guess, if you want to say. At least have that published. Just to address a couple of things, just one thing on the time. As far as the time goes, the mechanical board is not like your committee. We don't get a lot of visitors. So when we have a visitor, we kind of like to listen to what they say. At least that's when I was there. I don't know how it is now. So it would be nice to keep the time, let the chairman or the board itself set board policy, set the board rule, and every board, because every board is different, could make a board rule to limit the public comment, not testimony, public comment. That's one thing that I would recommend, because I know with the mechanical board, sometimes when you get into technical, it is longer than three minutes. So I think that, my opinion, that should be left to the discretion of the board, because every board is different. So knowing about the meetings, 14 days would greatly help our association. I thank you for your time.
Will you take questions?
I will. Yep, absolutely.
Does anybody have a question?
Please.
Seeing none, thank you so much. Next up, the chair will call Stephen Rincourt.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Stephen Rancourt. Licensed electrician in the state of New Hampshire. I'm here representing the Electrical Contractors Business Association as well. And we support this bill for all the same reasons been testified before you. It's very important. We find it very hard as business owners is working to try to have just 2 days notice to get to a meeting. You know, I mean, we're scheduled out months sometimes, and we do our best, and it's very hard as a general public to get there and follow it online sometimes, because they only have to post it 2 days ahead. Even though they may list the entire year's worth of meetings, it's not official till they post it. So this is very important. I think we had a concern with the fiscal impact, but if that's going to get corrected and changed, I think that we'll be all set with that. And we do have some wording that we can offer if they do a subcommittee meeting to help, that I think that could just be put on the agenda. There could be an agenda item that states, you know, anything that may have come in the last couple of days. We have some wording we can suggest to fix that instead of having it in the law, give them some flexibility. We would like to see this move forward, and we appreciate the committee considering it, and pretty much everything else has been said, so I won't tie you up. I'll keep my 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. What questions?
Any questions?
Anybody? Yes, Representative Gerhard.
Thank you, Chairman. Just curious, what are some of the things that you've missed at these meetings that were important, that, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are some of the things that were discussed that oh, I missed that, you know? Just
Well,
curious.
just, thank you, Representative. Just knowing when the meeting is. Like, I've shown up here multiple times and walked into the OPLC, and they've told me that the electricians board meeting's been canceled and moved. And I drove up here from Pelham. It cost me 3 hours by the time I come up and back and try to go. So that's important. And then the information, I've asked for many things that's been discussed at the public meeting, if I can get a copy of it, because I assume it's public information if they're talking about it. And one time the lawyer had to walk out of the room to go find out if it was public or not. They just talked about it. So I guess there's some confusion there, and hopefully they can fix that. So that makes it hard when they're talking about test results for our testing for our electricians or stuff like that, or information that the board's looking at. You know, we received a letter from the state of Massachusetts concerning some reciprocity, and we couldn't even look at it, but they're talking about it. So that public information posted on time is helpful. We can print it out, bring it with us. So it's very helpful.
All right, thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, I also agree that the time limit, our chairman and our board does a great job. You know, there may be some situations or concern or items that are on the agenda that are important, and they require a little bit of back and forth in information. So I wouldn't suggest limiting that time limit unless it became an issue. I think the boards can handle it pretty well. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no one, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's the last card I have. Did any other member of the public want to speak to this bill? All right. Seeing no one, Representative Lakes, yes, we are going to refer this to the subcommittee on licensing, and we'll look forward to hearing from you guys. With that, I'll close the public hearing on 337 FM, and we are in recess until 1 p.m. We'll see everyone then. 1 o'clock, I would like to open the public hearing on House Bill 109 relative to Occupational Therapy Practice Act. And I would like to welcome Representative McGuire to introduce the bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Carol McGuire, representing Merrimack 27, which is Allenstown, Dunbarton, Epsom, and Hooksett. And House Bill 109 was a request of the occupational therapists to update the language of their Practice Act. It is mostly cleanup and updating. I do have an amendment, which you should have a copy of, 0030H, which adds a couple of words that fell out between line 20 and 21 between me and OLS. They were intended from the beginning, but as I said, they fell out. The only significant change to the current Practice Act is on page 2, line 36, where it says that occupational therapy can be provided without a referral, subject to regulatory and payer requirements. This is something that's very important in the schools because they frequently have people that are evaluated by occupational therapists but don't have primary physicians or don't have insurance. And the school would like to avoid some of the paperwork. Other types of therapists, physical therapists and so forth, don't require a referral as long as your insurance allows it. And this is the same thing. Other than that, I will answer some minor questions, but I have people from the profession here to give you the real stuff.
Any questions? Yes, Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Representative McGuire. It does seem to clean it up, but you did say on page 2, and I'm thinking about people like within the special education type of environment in schools. I think the paras and some of the teachers file Medicare. That doesn't affect that because that comes back in reimbursement to the municipality or the jurisdiction that provides the education.
Yes, it simply, as I understand it, and they can give you more details, eliminates the necessity of getting a physician or other medical practitioner to refer someone to the occupational therapist that the school has done the analysis and said they need occupational therapy. It may cut the physician's income a little, but, noise level.
Anyone else? No further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
The chair would like to call Danielle Amaro.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak, and thank you, Representative McGuire, for sponsoring this bill. My name is Danielle Amaro. I'm the president of the New Hampshire Occupational Therapy Association, and I've been working with the group of OTs that have been trying to put this language together for the past year and a half. So I'm obviously testifying in support of HB 109. Representative McGuire really kind of took all my salient points and already gave them to you. But occupational therapy is a diverse profession that serves people across the variety of healthcare, education, and community-based settings. So we do believe that particularly that referral requirement does restrict access. Just as a little definition, often we're asked if we help people find jobs. We do sometimes, and it does sometimes involve looking for paid employment, but it's much more than that. It's referring to all the things a person needs and wants to do in their daily life as an occupation. So our job is to promote participation, and that can really be in community-based settings, working with people with mental health issues, working with people that are not sheltered or homeless. So we have a lot of value and benefit to the community, and currently that is restricted by that referral requirement. That is a highlight of it. Further, our Practice Act has not been updated in 22 years, and I've been a practicing OT for 30 years. So it's been a long time. Our occupational therapy, our national association, has created a practice framework with updated language that they've actually updated 4 times in the last 20 years. So what we did was really pull from that national language and that framework to just update some of the definitions and define our scope of practice to make it a little easier for the layperson to understand and really support OT as a unique profession in all those areas. The schools is a big important issue because it's an administrative burden to the schools to find the referrals for the students under the Medicaid to Schools program. This would be eliminating that burden and would leave us on a level playing field with physical therapy and speech therapy. We have worked with our OPLC, our New Hampshire Governing Board for OT, throughout this process, and they support us, and we have support from the New Hampshire Education Special Educators Association. We have also are working with the DHHS on community mental health clinics and the role OT might play in those clinics. And we all know that's kind of a crisis right now. I have reached out to the other allied health boards and their associations and let them know that this was in the works and offered them a copy of our Practice Act. I have not heard any objections from those bodies. And I am more than happy to answer any questions. This does not change how we are regulated by insurance. We will still have to get referrals for Medicare, for other insurance companies. So that is regulated at a federal level and doesn't need to be regulated at the state level. The occupational therapists in the state and their facilities will still have a responsibility to their clients to make sure that services are covered appropriately and referrals as needed are gotten. And that's, I just want to thank you very much for your consideration. If anybody has any questions.
Thank you so much. Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one simple question to begin with. Could you spell your last name? I didn't quite catch it.
Absolutely. And I do have copies of the longer version of everything I just said. It's AMERO.
Very good. Thank you very much. So, and with regard to the amendment, Representative McGuire has already said that the language was intended to be incorporated in the bill as filed, but somehow that it dropped out. So you're supportive of not only the bill as filed, but also as it would be amended if the committee goes that way?
Yes, that it was in the original language. And yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Representative True.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I know what a physical therapist does. They make me cry. What does an occupational therapist do?
So an occupational therapist does a lot of different things and hopefully not make you cry. So, but it depends on the setting. It really depends. My background is in the hospital setting, particularly in outpatient. So my specialty is hand therapy. So working with people with injuries to their upper extremities, but we do a lot more. We use occupation in that definition of your self-care, your leisure, your work. We use those daily activities to help return you to doing those daily activities. So say if you were in the hospital and you had a knee replacement and the physical therapist is making you cry because they're bending your knee, we would be making sure that you had the tools and equipment so that you could go home independently and get yourself dressed and get your meals and do those daily activities that you have to do.
Any other questions? I have just one.
Sure.
So this is obviously a repeal and reenactment, and you said that the language has been changed to define your role better. Is it just a redefinition so that people can understand it better, or is it an expansion? Because you said it's 22 years essentially since it was last written. Has the definition or the umbrella under which your work falls broadened?
I do not believe it's broadened. If you look at side by side, there may be more words involved trying to capture what we do and use the terminology, but it's the same scope of practice.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Awesome. That's the last card I had. Did any other member of the public want to speak? Yes, Director. What did you have in the question?
I had a quick question. So if you could just, since this is being recorded, you have to sit at the table. So you're captured for posterity one way or the other. So, so this is a redefinition, but the profession, has it changed substantially in the 22 years that you've been involved in the 30 years, you said? So
30 years, yeah.
I want to cheat you.
Hopefully I look younger than that, but I don't know. So no, the core of the profession has definitely stayed the same. There's been a lot of advances in some of the science research, and it's really a terminology update. Our terminology was very different when I went to school in terms of describing how we do what we do, but we still do the same things that we did, if that makes sense.
I follow up. So, I believe you said in your earlier testimony that you are you the chair of the board?
I'm the president of NHOTA.
The President Association, and the association also endorses the bill?
Absolutely, yes.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you again. Director Courtney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director, Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. OPLC doesn't take a position on the substance of the bill, but in reviewing the matter with some of our advisory boards that are directly related by the office, there was a concern about potentially the language being viewed as an expansion of the scope and it kind of impinging on other practice acts. There is no exemption language in the Practice Act currently, so we would suggest a potential modification just to make it clear that, for example, recreational therapists are not required to be licensed under the Occupational Therapy Practice Act to the extent that their scope overlaps. Other than that, we don't have any concerns with the bill. Regarding that exemption language, we see that in other bills like the Medical Practice Act, for example, and we would just suggest that that language be added to make it clear. I'm happy to take any questions.
Yes, Representative Lakis.
Yeah, just, could you send us your suggested language? so we can-
Absolutely,
Yeah,
Representative.
thank you.
Anyone else? Okay,
Thank you for your time.
thank you. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to testify on Bill 109? All right, well then I will close the public hearing on 109 and we will come back at 1:30. Representative Lakis, this is coming to your subcommittee.
Good afternoon, welcome back. I'm opening the hearing for House Bill 258, and I call the sponsor, Representative Kelly.
I'm hoping I remember my own name here. I'm a little nervous. I'm Diane Kelly. I represent Hillsborough District 32, which encompasses my town of Temple, and also Wilton and New Ipswich. And I am going to be introducing a radically amended version of HB 258 because the original version came back from OLS pretty much 180 degrees opposite of what I was hoping for. So I believe everybody should have copies of the new amendment. And
This is Amendment 0051H, correct?
I hope so. Let me
On the
look at
left,
other
under
side.
your name.
Yes, yes, thank you. Basically, what I am hoping to accomplish is to get animal chiropractic out of the purview of the Veterinary Board, New Hampshire Veterinary Board, and I hope that this bill will accomplish that. In the United States, human chiropractors are considered primary care doctors, so that means you don't need a referral to see them. But for animals, the laws are kind of vague, and chiropractors who are highly trained and certified to work on animals are at risk of losing their licenses if they adjust an animal without direct supervision of a vet. And direct supervision is a problem that has come up in many states and will be coming up in a lot of states because a lot of animal chiropractors work on horses or large animals and they're traveling all the time. You can't have a vet follow you all over the state. And the biggest problem that I see is that a lot of people who want their animals treated either try to get a vet appointment and it takes weeks to get into a vet, or the other thing is the onerous expense. Going to see a vet first can be very expensive, and vets tend to be reticent to refer to chiropractors, which has been the case with human doctors throughout time. For a long time, human doctors were very opposed to chiropractic, and that's changing. But anyway, it seems rather sad that people would like to take their dogs to get chiropractic care and perhaps would not because they couldn't get in for a long time or they couldn't afford it or whatever. And I have known many people who just wouldn't do it. They wouldn't choose to spend the money or take the time, whereas an animal chiropractic visit can be pretty immediate relief pretty quickly and for considerably less expense. So that is my goal with this bill. And I think part of the problem with the vet board is that there's a gross misunderstanding of animal chiropractic. And the idea is that you're not at war. Animal chiropractors are not at war with veterinarians. It's something that they could work very well on together. And, communication is important, but it's not like chiropractors can't offer really important needed care. So I think that the best solution at this point is to provide boundaries between veterinary and chiropractic so that people can get the care they need for their animals. And the last thing I want to say about this is that it seems rather odd in a society that doesn't value animals as much as humans that you can take your child to a chiropractor with no medical referral, but you need a medical referral for your dog. It just seems unnecessary and almost sad in many cases. So.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Schmidt? No? Oh, good. There, that's fine.
Hearing it up.
Anyone else? Anyone have a question? I'd like to ask, what's the problem you're trying to solve?
At the moment in New Hampshire, the veterinary board wants oversight of animal chiropractic, and several chiropractors, animal chiropractors, also human, but animal chiropractors have received cease and desist letters, and they feel like they're kind of operating underground, which is unfortunate. Montana has a bill. California is working on a bill. Colorado has a bill, and Montana has a bill I really, really like and would like to see happen in New Hampshire. I would love to see a bill in New Hampshire modeled after the Montana bill.
Thank you, but in light of our scheduling issues, would your amendment solve the problem in the short term?
I believe it would.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony. And Melissa Ohala.
Hello, I'm Melissa Ojala. I woke up one morning and our dog Molly was crying in pain, limping, and she had a bladder problem. It was instant. I heard through Diane, word of mouth, that there's a chiropractor for dogs, and I booked an appointment. After 2 adjustments, she was completely good, and I was really happy with the treatment. I'm also a copywriter, and I know that it's a trending market right now with holistic dog ideas, and I think it's probably a money issue. I think it's like mainstream doctors, maybe, government, it could be, but I just think that we deserve our God-given rights for respect, civility, and freedom to choose our courses in our dog care. 3 good reasons why I think that I would be unwilling and unable possibly to bring Molly to the chiropractor could be because of money, because our last dog that we had to put her down. We didn't have the money for the vet. And it's time sensitive. If I had to go through a veterinarian and I did have the money, I wanted as close as I could get to get her care now. I didn't want to wait. She was really in pain. And then when I was in the veterinarian's office last time, I like holistic medicine and holistic foods, and I asked a lot of questions that had to do with what was in the food. And, you know, this is not related to it, but I don't think they had an understanding at all of what I was trying to talk about. So that's another reason. I think there's a disconnect between the veterans and the chiropractor. I didn't even know myself that there was such a thing as chiropractor for dogs until I met Diane's story, and my husband's like, hey, Diane brings her dog to the vet. Is that crazy? I mean, to the chiropractor. I'm like, hey, that sounds good. I'll try it. That's what happened. It's my story.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any committee questions from the committee? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure I get names right because your testimony is valuable. Could you just say or spell your name so we have it correctly?
Melissa Ojala, M-E-L-I.
No, your first name is unknown.
You got
So what is your last name?
Ojala, O-J-A-L-A.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other Representative Abear?
Thank you for your testimony, Melissa. It's very impactful, and I too share in your view. I've been there before, so I think that chiropractors for animals, just like people, are a great idea. And thank you for taking the time to come and testify. I know it feels very vulnerable and a little bit scary, but you did a good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative O'Brien? Okay, you're good. Thank you. Representative Gerhardt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You might not know this, but I'm just curious. Had there been any prosecutions of chiropractors for fixing dogs or what do you call it, adjusting dogs?
I think it's pretty new.
It's a new practice?
I think so. I haven't heard of it.
I never heard of it myself. I'm just curious, like, are there chiropractors in jail right now for doing this underground? I mean,
I
that's
don't
what I'm-
think so.
Okay, I'm just curious. All right, thank you.
Okay. Other questions? All right, thank you very much for your testimony. And Angela Ferrari. You have to, the red light.
Oh, red is good. Sorry. Good afternoon, Chairwoman and members of the committee. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony. I am here representing dog owners of the Granite State. We're a robust membership of various types of dog owners, from breeders, hunters, veterinarians, mushers, livestock guardian dog owners, pretty much the gamut of things that can be done with dogs, along with your general pet owners. I myself am the president of Dog Owners of the Granite State, as well as many, and involved with many other breed organizations in New Hampshire and nationally. My testimony is primarily focused on the original bill that was submitted, and I would like to thank Representative Kelly for making the adjustments to remove Romans 2 and 3, which deal with the referrals required of chiropractors from veterinarians. Our membership did not feel that that was something that was necessary to be put into law. As you heard from the others, it would create some unintended consequences, increase costs for the pet owners, and drag out the time that they would be able to get their dogs or other pets into the chiropractor. I personally use a chiropractor for my dogs as well. We compete in conformation, which is, if you've seen Westminster on TV, it's kind of that form of competition. But in order to keep the dogs in good form and have the best movement, we utilize chiropractors prior to competitions. And sometimes you need to get those adjustments in last minute, quickly. You don't realize that there's an issue that needs to be addressed and have all of this time to have that take place. As mentioned, the vet industry is quite burdened with the lack of veterinarians. They definitely have had a reduction in the veterinarians, making getting appointments harder for the pet owners, and then by adding the need for everyone to use a chiropractor to need a vet appointment to get that referral, you would actually be creating additional burden on the vet industry. Not only that, taking away appointment slots from animals who may need other treatment that could actually be more time sensitive for them than being slotted after someone just trying to get a referral for the chiropractor. Chairwoman, you asked a great question. It's one of the ones I have in my testimony, which I'll give copies of, and I did email as well. But what is the problem that we're trying to solve? Our community isn't aware of any issues that there have been with chiropractors in New Hampshire, nor anyone receiving cease and desist letters recently, as was mentioned. I would hope that we would be able to hear from the New Hampshire Veterinary Medical Association to speak to that. They would likely be aware if there was anything going on that needs to be resolved through legislation. Going to the amended version that was presented by Representative Kelly, and pulling chiropractic from veterinary medicine, I don't know that we can have a full position on that, and that should also lean on the NHVMA for their thoughts on if that's appropriate. I do know that chiropractors in general do go through certification processes to receive their licenses to be chiropractors. There's a couple different businesses that do that at the national level or within New Hampshire. We do have the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification, OPLC, and I think they spoke at the prior hearing, so hopefully they're going to speak to this one as well. They do have a board of chiropractic examiners. I don't know if that ventures into animal chiropractors as well, or if it's strictly human. The chiropractic profession is regulated already in New Hampshire law under RSA 316-A, and the board's administrative rules. So you could look to that RSA to see if that is encompassing and whether we would actually need to create any further certifications for animal chiropractic. And then I think lastly, I would just want to request, I personally and my membership feel that
the best option for this bill is to vote it inexpedient to legislate unless we find that there really is a problem that is being solved. And I would take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the sponsor has basically disavowed the language of the original bill, my guess is that the committee would want to look at the amendment that the sponsor really wants as opposed to the language that she doesn't want. So it does speak to exempting chiropractic from the oversight of the veterinarian profession. You mentioned that there are New Hampshire entities that do train chiropractic animal chiropractors. Okay.
So they don't technically train it, but they would certify and keep licenses up to date. As far as training, that would be done at a college or some schooling or another organization. I can't speak specifically to New Hampshire organizations who are teaching chiropractic, maybe one of our universities, but my understanding is the OPLC, for example, is managing certifications.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would wish to testify on House Bill 258?
So Chair,
Yes,
if
Representative Leggett.
you're okay with it, I'd like to ask a question of Representative Kelly, if she's willing to answer it.
Representative Kelly?
Okay, thank you. So you mentioned that there's, some legislation in Montana that you thought would be good, and then you've got this amendment. My question is, in general, what would that legislation maybe for the future do that your amendment doesn't do? And I guess the underlying question is there a good reason for us to adopt this amendment and pass the bill, or to just, for this year, recommend ITL on the bill as a whole? What is the reason, the advantage of adopting this amendment and then recommending the bill be passed versus just ITLing the whole thing for now, if there's maybe some future thing that you think might be better?
For me, ideally, the reason why we would pass this as amended is because I think there are people out there right now in New Hampshire. I know there are people out there right now in New Hampshire who would like to be able to utilize chiropractors without their chiropractors being nervous that their licenses are at stake. The one I use and am very aware of would like to expand her practice to a bigger place where a lot of animal chiropractors use pools, like put horses in pools and underwater treadmills and stuff like that. And if they're the one I know is afraid to expand because she has been threatened with cease and desist letters, and so because my dog utilizes chiropractic all the time. We were in a car accident. Someone plowed into my car and he's been injured. So we utilize chiropractic all the time. And I really love his chiropractor, and I don't want that chiropractor to be afraid that she's putting herself at risk.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's been no testimony whatsoever with regard to what I heard from a New Hampshire citizen, Diane Richardson. She's got a piece of one copy, so we should get some copies so the rest of the committee can see this. But I will try to synopsize what she had to say, that these animal chiropractors are doing this. Pass that down to the chair, will you? Are doing this, but and they're clearly fulfilling a need, and veterinarians are not available. You testified to that, and so it's kind of like going from here to Nashua by way of, let's say, Los Angeles, especially in terms of the time involved waiting to get a veterinarian appointment. So Mrs. Richardson told me that some of the animal chiropractors are getting some kind of cease and desist letters from veterinarians, I think, or perhaps the vet board and so forth. So, but the rest of us haven't had any testimony about this issue. So can you speak to that? So I'm not the only one that knows about this?
I haven't seen the letter from Ms. Richardson, so I don't know what she said, but my own animal chiropractor, who is also a human chiropractor, has informed me, I'm sorry, that she has received, I think she said something like 8 cease and desist letters over the years, and she's the only one I know of personally who has received those letters, but I would very much like her to continue to practice and continue to see my dog as well as others. So
Yes.
I would, I'm sorry. So
Go on.
I would like to have it enshrined in, I would like to have her rights to practice enshrined in statute so that I don't lose her and other dogs benefit.
Representative Schmidt, Ms. Richardson did send letters to the entire committee. I remember
good.
reading it.
Okay, good.
And her concern was largely with as far as when I read it, was largely with the referrals, which are not in the amended version of the bill.
So, well, my follow-up question to somebody is, are these animal chiropractors, are they being intimidated and are they ceasing and desisting as the letters are demanding of them? Is there enforcement? Does anybody know about this?
The ceasing and desisting, as far as I know, they're not ceasing and desisting, for lack of a better term, but they are concerned all the time. I think it's kind of kept quiet. I would love to give my chiropractor referrals, but I do it by word of mouth, but I wouldn't do it on Yelp or something because I wouldn't want her to get in trouble. I
You're
think
speaking
that,
into a microphone, you're being recorded, so
Yes, so you know from your personal experience that at least some chiropractors working on animals have gotten cease and desist letters recently from the veterinarian board.
I don't know who has gotten what when.
No. One
But
person, one of them.
I
has
do know
gotten
of
letters.
one, yes.
Okay, that's a
And
data
it's one
point.
I care about a lot because she works on my dog and I want my dog to be okay.
Yes, Representative Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little confused and trying to understand this, and I will say I receive regular chiropractic care. My former chiropractor, who I was with for over 25 years, was previously the licensor of chiropractors for the state under the governor. And I know one time my rabbit was not okay, and I had to sneak him in after hours to get an adjustment. That was many years ago. I'm not up on what's happening now. My confusion with your bill has to do specifically with you want people to be able to not need a veterinarian referral.
Right.
But what is the part about examination or certification? I'm confused on that part. Is this bill saying they will be uncertified, unlicensed? I'm a chiropractor and anybody can go to them?
No, it would be, animal chiropractors would fall under 316A, which is that you have to be certified and,
Thank you.
So your intention is that chiropractors who treat humans could also treat animals?
only if they're certified to treat animals from
By-
an approved, accredited chiropractic program.
So-
Isn't that, I think that's what's in 316.
Well, it doesn't say that. It
316A doesn't say certified for animals, but
Right. No, I understand. That's why I said you have a licensed chiropractor who treats humans, and what do you want to do with animals? This doesn't say they need specific training or a certification or anything.
my particular dog chiropractor does treat humans, but I don't think all animal chiropractors do. Yes, I would like all. I think it's fine for animal chiropractors to be certified from accredited, approved chiropractic schools.
But you don't say that.
Yeah, so I should include that.
Representative Lekis.
Yeah, I'm going to look up 316A, but if that's already there in 316A, it looks like the main thing she's doing is saying that animal chiropractors are not included under the practice of veterinary medicine. But if they're already being required certification under 316A, which I don't know that it is, then they're already covered by that, but I'm not sure.
Well, that's 316A.
But it
is
wouldn't have to be in her
chiropractors,
bill if they're already there. That's,
But I don't believe it mentions animals.
Yeah,
in
316A does
316A, it
not.
doesn't?
Right, okay,
Oh.
Representative, so we have an open-ended.
Okay.
Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I right to assume that we have nobody from the veterinarian board here to testify?
I have no card from anyone.
okay.
We did get a letter, an email today from the secretary of the veterinarian board saying, we oppose this bill with nothing else.
Had they
So
seen the amendment?
I cannot say as to what they have seen or not seen.
Madam Chair, I just
Yes.
wonder, does it make sense for us to either extend this or delay this so that we can hear from the veterinarian board?
That's one thing. The other, okay. Any other questions for Representative Kelly? Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if this is a question that the representative can answer, but since what I'm gathering, she's proposing these practitioners would be under the same statute as human chiropractors.
Yep.
Have we heard from the human chiropractors if they want this practice included under their statute?
No, we have not, as far as I know.
I have spoken to one person who said who represents human chiropractors who said they don't object.
That's faint praise. All right, thank you. I'd like to call Kurt Ehrenberg.
Good afternoon. I'm Kurt Ehrenberg, State Director for the Humane Society of the United States. And the card says in support. We're in support of the idea of removing veterinarians from the process of someone seeking chiropractic care for their animal. So if this amendment does that, we would support it. If there needs to be more thought put into the language or a fix in another part of a statute, we would support that most likely, and would be interested in following what the committee does with this bill. Generally speaking, we're in support of the spirit of the amendment.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that clarification. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Kurt, the problem as I see it is that some of the holistic chiropractors are getting cease and desist orders, which is intimidating or inhibiting them from doing what they are trained to do, want to do, what the dog owners, animal owners want them to do. And if we left them alone, or if they were left alone and we're not getting these letters, threatening letters, then we might not have to do anything because it's going fine, as I understand it, from people who are dog owners. Mrs. Richardson, Representative Kelly herself testified to this degree, and also Ms. Ferrari basically said there's a solution to the problem of animal owners who have pets that need adjustments. And you're saying that vets are okay with not tinkering
No,
with
I'm
it?
not. What I'm saying.
He's
what
the
I-
Humane Society.
Yeah,
Oh, the Humane Society.
So the Humane Society of the United States is who I represent. I'm the state director.
Oh.
And our position is we believe animals should be, there should be chiropractic care available to the animals without a veterinarian in the middle of that equation.
Sorry, I
Thank you.
misunderstood your reference.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Simon Thompson?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the House eDNA Committee. I'm Simon Thompson. I'm with Sheehan Finney Capital Group, and one of our clients is the New Hampshire State Chiropractic Society. I was not intending to testify today, as we we have a neutral position on the bill. And from what I can see with this amendment, the neutrality would the neutralness would continue. What our concern would be, and where we would probably oppose this bill, is if you were to open up RSA 316 and the scope of the chiropractic care. How this bill is attempting to get what the sponsor wants done, we are, like I said, we have no position.
So, thank you. Could you clarify what you mean by open up 316A?
Well, we wouldn't want to have 316A, at least we want to have more details on if you were to open up RSA 316A and add animal care to chiropractic care, we would have to reconsider our position. I'm not comfortable right now to say what that would be, but that's what I was told from the board of my group.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you. So which bill are you opposing?
Neither.
Didn't you just say you're opposed to the bill?
No. Representative Schmidt, we were neutral on the original bill. And as I read this amendment, we are still neutral on the amendment, because you're going after, the sponsor's going after RSA 332, which I believe is the veterinarian statute.
Okay.
Thank you. Any Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at 316A, it doesn't seem to specify human either. It just talks about the procedures that chiropractors deal with. So would animal care potentially fall under that? Because it doesn't define it one way or the other.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to it, and I apologize.
No, and that's fine.
But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, my main concern is if you're concerned about it opening up to animal care, it may do that without specifying that we're opening it up to animal care. Would you take a position on it then? If it's vague?
If it's vague?
Yes.
I'd have to check with my client. I apologize. I'm in a position to answer that question, because I came here today kind of under the guise of the underlying bill. So,
okay.
I just wanted to come up here because there was some questions about, I think it was you, Representative Schmidt, or what do chiropractors think? And although we do not speak for every chiropractor, only the members in our association, and there is two different chiropractic associations to confuse things further.
Thank you for that clarification.
Follow-up? Would you be able to get us a statement on it relatively quickly?
Yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah, I mean, if I may, Madam Chair, this bill may go to a subcommittee, or... Well, okay. I'll do my best to get it to you.
Yes.
I'll do my best, Representative Simon, to get you a position on that as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay. Other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you very much.
Jane Barlow Roy.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jane Barlow Roy. I am the representative from the New Hampshire Veterinary Medical Association. I kind of follow on the heels of the previous testifier. I was not prepared to speak today. I was kind of just going to be in the background listening and gaining information. To be truthful, this is not really in the scope of the Veterinary Association right now. It is not something that's been on our radar. This has not been something that is brought up at the national level at the American Veterinary Medical Association. So I'm really not sure to speak to the cease and desist letters from our connections to the Board of Veterinary Medicine. We are not aware of those sort of things happening in the most recent past. I'm sure you can get that information from the Board of Veterinary Medicine, but we are a separate entity. The New Hampshire VMA is a separate entity from the board. I kind of wanted to answer a question about this whole scope of practice and where chiropractic fits into animal chiropractic. As far as the American Veterinary Medical Association is concerned, animal chiropractic is practicing veterinary medicine. So not to muddy the water any more than it already is. It is considered, the American Veterinary Medical Association does consider chiropractic adjustments on animals to be practicing veterinary medicine. To the extent of what states actually enforce that, it is very wide, very varied. Numerous states have exemptions. Numerous states do not even monitor the ongoings of animal chiropractics. But in their policy statement, which if you would like a copy of that, I can surely get up for you. That is kind of the general consensus.
Thank you very much. That's your position. Very good. Good to know. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So from your perspective, would you be able to articulate any concern that you would have not overseeing chiropractic from a veterinary perspective?
To be honest with you, I don't know a lot about chiropractic medicine. I do know that there are aspects of veterinary rehabilitation medicine that do have some manipulations. I know that was brought up about underwater treadmills and that sort of thing, and that is regulated by the practice of veterinary medicine. We do have board certified rehabilitation veterinarians that are out there that do all of that sort of stuff. I think that it is something that is polarizing in the veterinary community, and just like it is in the human medical community. So I can't really speak to that specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for coming up to speak with us. I know that there are such things as large animal veterinarians, it's a kind of a very different practice in many respects from dogs and cats and so forth. And the two entities are not the same. But a horse, for example, I'm understanding that horses need these adjustments themselves sometimes, and I'm going like, I wouldn't want to try to do anything to a horse that the horse didn't specifically ask me to do, because,
Yes, Reverend. And your
large
question
animals.
is?
So the question is, and one of the things that we've heard, or at least I've heard from people on the telephone, is that the current practice is the animal owner goes to the vet and gets a referral to somebody who does adjustments with a certification of training so they're qualified to do this. Is that your experience?
So I've been practicing for almost 17 years. In 17 years, I've never given a referral for a chiropractic adjustment. It is not something that comes to me, and clients don't ask me to do that. We do have a working relationship with the rehabilitators, which we don't have to have a referral for that either. We work differently than human medicine. If you want to go see a surgeon, if you want to see a dermatologist, if you see an ophthalmologist, you can go on your own accord. You do not need a necessarily referral from a veterinarian. Do they prefer a referral? Yes. They don't really want people just walking off the street and coming in. However, like I said, chiropractic medicine, I've never been asked for a referral. I've been asked what my opinion is, and I've given that. And I've not been asked. I've after the fact type of thing. So, but it's not something that I have ever given a referral for.
Okay, thank you. Representative Broda.
Thank you. Can you confirm that there's a school for chiropractic animal? It's a specific school that's different than people chiropractic.
This might be my own lack of knowledge, but as far as I know off the top of my head, I don't believe that there is a veterinary chiropractic school. I can't speak to individual veterinary colleges that offer a course in it, or a continuing education component. I do know that there is a veterinary acupuncture college down in Florida. So there are alternative medicine and alternative therapy colleges. I just don't know about the chiropractic part. And I apologize for not knowing that information.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, yes. Okay, there is an animal. Our clerk has identified an animal chiropractic college, so there is such a thing.
There are several. There's also an American Chiropractic Veterinary Association.
Okay, does anyone else wish to testify on House Bill 258? All right, seeing none, I will close the hearing, and I think this should be going to subcommittee. Sorry, Tony. Representative Lekis, it will be going to your licensing subcommittee. What's that? We ought to at least talk about it before we say we need something. Okay. All right, thank you. All right. All right, to subcommittee. Yes.
I have a procedural question. Is that appropriate to ask now?
Sure.
When we send a bill to committee like this bill, for
Subcommittee, yeah.
instance, do members who are not on that committee have an opportunity to speak to that with the committee?
Oh, yes. Any member of the committee can attend the meetings of the subcommittee.
Okay.
They're public meetings.
Okay.
And the more you know about it, the better.
Thank you.
Okay. And a couple minutes. No kidding. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah. Take care. Good to meet you.
There you go. Told me, misheard.
I do, but not on.
That's my. Josiah Barton himself. A little young for that.
Oh, I intend to don't. I'll give you a call. Thank you.
His son came in and sat over there. I said,
Sort of like a little out of it right now, but. People come.
You look familiar, but.
Like I said, slept right.
No, that's okay. They're here before the night.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to stay for it. Okay, Diana, watch you show me how it's done here, because I found
All right, it now being 2:15, I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 409, and I call the prime sponsor, Representative Power.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, honorable committee members. As the prime sponsor, I appreciate the opportunity to introduce to you today House Bill 409. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline, Mason, and Greenville in Hillsborough County, District 36. For my bill introduction, I will address 3 important questions about this bill: what, why, and how. First, what does this bill do? House Bill 409 modifies the requirements for non-resident licensure by the Board of Barbering, Cosmetology, and Aesthetics. Second, why is this bill needed? The problem is, under current New Hampshire law, licensed barbers, cosmetologists, and estheticians with out-of-state licenses who want to work in our state are prohibited from working in New Hampshire. In order for these licensed professionals to legally work in our state, they must first successfully navigate additional requirements for New Hampshire to recognize their current valid professional licenses. Clearly, this is both unnecessary and burdensome. In light of the fact that these licensed professionals have successfully completed their education, obtained the required training hours, have passed a professional licensing exam, have met all of the standards and requirements of a state licensing board, and they possess the necessary credentials to provide services to clients. This red tape hinders beauty professionals new to New Hampshire by delaying their ability to work and earn a living, which in turn hurts our economy. Third, how does this bill address the problem? This bill provides a simple solution. First, it amends current statute to recognize current valid out-of-state barbering, cosmetology, and aesthetic licenses. And second, it repeals the vague, quote, substantially equivalent, unquote, language in current statute referencing licensing requirements of other states. This repeal is practical since requiring licensed professionals to get additional educational hours before they can legally work in our state is an unnecessary barrier to employment. These simple changes proposed by this bill streamlines the current process, not only for professionals new to our state, but it also simplifies the process for OPLC and the Board of Barbering, Cosmetology, and Aesthetics. And additionally, it enables out-of-state licensed beauty professionals to more easily become licensed in New Hampshire without any unnecessary red tape. In conclusion, this bill applies only to licensed beauty professionals holding a current valid out-of-state license. This bill requires the Board of Barbering, Cosmetology, and Aesthetics to recognize these out-of-state licenses without additional requirements. This bill enables already licensed beauty professionals to be able to work in our state without the unnecessary red tape. And lastly, this bill benefits workers, employers, and consumers by creating greater access to skilled labor and beauty services in the Granite State, which boosts our economy. This concludes my bill introduction, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Groda.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon. In last year, I think it was, we passed a bill that, House Bill 1560, that allowed non-residents applying for a license for the Board of Barbering, Cosmetology, and Aesthetics, they could have a New Hampshire license if their license was from a state which had substantially equivalent or higher than those of New Hampshire. How does this bill differ from that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. This bill here before you is a refiling of House Bill 1560. It passed this committee with a recommendation of ought to pass. It went to the House floor, passed, went to the Senate, and that's where it was voted interim study. So therefore, this year, I'm refiling the bill.
Follow up.
So I'm looking at your, so when you're saying you're refiling the bill, you want to strike the fact that the board shall license any applicant who is similarly licensed, and you want to strike the language that the other state's licensing requirements are substantially equivalent or higher than those of this state. You want to strike that language, correct?
That is correct, and that's how the bill language reads. To omit that language because it's unnecessary additional red tape for a licensed professional who holds a current valid license, albeit from another state.
Last question.
Follow up.
So if someone has a license that has minimum requirements from a state that is quite different from ours, your bill would allow that person to hold a New Hampshire license, correct?
Thank you for the question, Representative. We are talking about individuals who hold a barbering, cosmetology, and aesthetic license from another state. And yes, states' requirements to obtain a professional license, it does vary from state to state. And additionally, I would also add that many people, these professionals that come from other states, they have work experience. So that is correct. In New Hampshire, the required educational hours are 1,500. The educational hours in other states, they do vary. And for example, in the state of Vermont, their required educational hours are 1,000. And I have an expert witness who will testify after me who can speak more specifically to the numbers of hours required in other states, but it ranges from 1,000. Some have, there's only based on current research that was updated in November 2020. The states in our area, there are 7. And their required hours vary from 1,000 to 1,500. So yes, some of them are similar. Some of them have more educational hours. And I would also like to note, last year when I introduced this bill, that statistic was 5 states, only 5 states in the country. So that's 50 states plus the District of Columbia had less educational hours, and the least were 1,000. Other data points having less were 1,200. So the point I wanted to make with regard to the updated data that was in a published report by the Institute of Justice in November 2020, there are now 7 states that have less hours. And I would note, and like I said, the expert witness can speak more to this. Based on my observation and analysis of the data, that's because these states decreased their required hours in order to get a license, if you understand the point that I'm making. So,
Thank you. Are there any other questions, Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Power, for taking my question. You mentioned that the state of Vermont requires 1,000 hours in order to get their certification. Is that correct?
That is correct. From the Institute for Justice, their published report, November 2020.
Follow up. That being the case, and them being a neighbor to our state, is there any concern that if this bill is passed in its present form, that people will go to the state of Vermont to get their licensure instead of getting it in the state of New Hampshire to undercut it by 500 hours and then just come back here to work?
Thank you for the question, Representative. That's an interesting question. I suppose that, you know, that is a possibility, but my opinion is I don't see people relocating to the state of Vermont in order to obtain a license and then relocate, because moving and relocating a household, that costs money. So I while it's possible, I feel that it's improbable to be of any consequence.
Follow up and then Representative
Yeah,
Gerhard.
last one. Would there be any benefit to consider just dropping New Hampshire's requirements to the 1,000 hours? Would that be accomplishing essentially the same thing?
Thank you for the question, Representative. That's an interesting question. That is not what the bill is before you. I think it's a lot more simpler and, you know, straightforward to accomplish what I am trying to accomplish through the language as written. That would be another bill for another year.
Thank you.
Representative Gerhard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question for you. Is state here defined as also, or does it also encompass territories? Would this encompass somebody being certified in Puerto Rico or elsewhere? Because you said DC, so DC's not a state. I'm just curious. Thank you.
No, I understand. I was just simply thank you for the question, Representative. I was simply stating the data from the report. So I can't answer that question because I am not an employment attorney. So perhaps somebody else, you could ask the same question of another witness. So I would say that based on the fact that it is contained in the report, that DC would be included as a state, but then again, I'm not clear on the definitions. And if there is a question about that, of course, OPLC and the board would be scrutinizing that. I'm sorry that I can't give a better answer.
That's fine. Thank you.
Representative Abear.
Representative Power, thank you for being here today, and thank you for such a concise introduction to the bill. I love the what, why, and how. My question to you is, do you have any metrics or any idea on how many new licensures come in to the state of New Hampshire from other states currently today? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Representative. That's a good question. That's interesting. And in preparation for this bill, I did not obtain that information, and I would be happy to do the research to reach out to OPLC and get that information for you if that would be helpful.
Yes, thank you. It would be. Any other questions, Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm conflicted with regard to the language that you're striking, the language you're not striking. The line 2 says, any applicant who is similarly licensed. What does that mean if you're striking that language in lines 3 and 4? And I'll ask you that first. What does similarly licensed in line 2 mean if you strike the language defining what similarly means in lines 3 and 4?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So similarly licensed implies that it's an individual who has a barbering, cosmetology, and aesthetic license that's current and valid from another state. And they're seeking to get that similar
Excuse me.
license.
May I say to Representative Schmidt, it means that if you have a manicurist license for Massachusetts, you get a manicurist license in New Hampshire. If you have an esthetician license, you get an esthetician license. Not, you don't get
Okay.
The overall one. Is that correct, for your attention?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That's what I was
Follow up.
driving at.
Follow up then.
Thank you. Okay, so if you strike the language in lines 3 and 4, then you got the requirement that they have the kind of training that we have in this state. So how low can you go?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Could you rephrase that question? It's unclear
Sure,
to me.
if you take out the language in lines 3 and 4, then you're opening the door to anyone who has a license in any one of these professions, regardless of whether their training and qualifications are equivalent to what we have in this state. Do you not?
What was that last part? I couldn't.
Do you not do what I just said? If you take away the requirements in lines 3 and 4, then you open the door to anyone who has a license from any other state.
Thank you for the question. Yes, Representative, that is the whole point of this bill that's in front of you. It's to allow the state of New Hampshire to recognize a valid current license from another state. And the point being is that these licensed professionals in other states, they hold a license. They've gone through all the requirements. They've gone through education. They've gone through the training. They've sat and they've passed a licensing exam. They've met all the standards and all the requirements of a state licensing body. And therefore, they possess the necessary credentials to legally work in a state. To be clear, heads of hair don't vary from state to state. Hair is hair. And if it's legal for someone to provide beauty services to a client in state A, it's reasonable to permit that same beauty professional that is licensed to provide that same service in the state of New Hampshire.
I'll remember that. Thank you.
Representative Lekis?
Thank you. And which might help with that and also answer my question is, and maybe someone else can answer it more accurately, but as far as you know, what is the lowest number of hours required to get such a license in any state in the United States, or DC for that matter?
Thank you for the question. So based on my cursory analysis here of this large report with many pages, I would answer that question based on the data that I pulled that it's 1,000 hours. That being said, there is an expert witness who is from the Institute for Justice who can confirm my answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Fitzpatrick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you tell me and this group how many states would be reciprocal to New Hampshire? In other words, how many states would have this similar courtesy to our licensees?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So if I might rephrase your question so that I make sure that I understand it. Your question is, you're asking how many other states in the United States have a similar bill on the books. Is that correct? I do not know the answer to that. I can find that out if you would like.
I would. Thank you.
Okay.
And thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Other questions? Thank you very much, Representative Power. Representative Rung?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Rosemary Rung, and I'm a representative for Hillsborough 12, which is the town of Merrimack. I enthusiastically signed on as a co-sponsor of this bill because I feel that under the current requirements, is it's placing an undue burden on workers who tend to be at the low or medium income levels. They're coming into New Hampshire. They want to continue their profession, and yet we place these obstacles in front of them that they cannot get a license until if they don't meet the same requirements of original license holders in New Hampshire. We don't see that in other professions. For example, in nursing, we accept licenses from out of state as we're part of a compact with 30 other states, but we hold people, hairstylists, barbers, to a much higher standard than those that are in life and death situations. So I believe that that is discriminatory based on the level of expertise and the type of job and income someone's going to hold. I believe that if they've gone through licensing requirements, remember they have to hold a license in another state, I believe we should honor that other state's standards of licensing. As Representative Power mentioned, in New Hampshire, we require 1,500 hours of training, but many other states, it's only 1,000. And there's no testing for other states. So we don't even test other, people coming in with an out of state to make sure that they're working to our standards. We don't have stated standards for whatever professional school they went to. So it's purely by hours. So 15 hours in New Hampshire may be equivalent to 1,000 hours training in another state. I don't know if it is true or not, but that possibility still exists. In fact, and I hope someone from licensing can answer this question, but one of the things I noticed in doing research is that there are several professions where we might extend a conditional license, or we may allow someone with a license from another state to come into New Hampshire and take our exam. But we don't extend that convenience in the cosmetology profession. They would have to go through that additional training in order to get our license because of that lack of, if their original license state does not stand up to our reciprocity requirements. So those are really my concerns. I feel that, as Representative Powers said, we need to do what's possible to ensure that professionals can come and work in New Hampshire, make an income, pay taxes, support our communities without undue restrictions and obstacles for them to do so. I would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you. We are focusing on the number of hours involved, but it's not merely the number of hours. It says licensing requirements are substantially equivalent to or higher than those of the state. It's not just the number of hours that are involved, and that is the only reference that's been made. So I wonder, when we strike the language, we're striking all the language and all the implications of removing those presently statutory words. Am I correct?
Well, my response would be that in order for someone to get a license at any other state, there's going to be minimum hours. And from the research I've done, and I'm sorry I don't have a list with me, but there's some states it's 1,000 hours, some it's 2,000 hours of training. It's typically classroom training. So, but it doesn't get to the standards of that classroom training. Someone may be in a classroom for 1,000 hours and get a much higher level of preparation for their position as somebody maybe in 2,000 hours someplace else. But it does allow us to recognize licenses from other states, and other states do have license requirements. I hope that answered your question, Representative Schmidt.
It's an answer.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative Garrett.
Just a quick question/comment. The hours seem to be arbitrary anyway. It works in blocks of 500. So 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. It doesn't really. I mean, there are bands of roving cosmetologists causing problems. Do you know what I mean? Is there really even a problem here? This seems to be just some kind of bureaucratic thing that was put in back in the day. Somebody said 1,000. Somebody said I'll do better, 1,500.
do
So
you
anyway,
have
yeah.
a
I'm just.
question?
Question is, thank you for your statement.
Well, if I could just address that, I agree. And that's why many times part of the reciprocity agreements we have require testing. And that is a way of leveling the expectation, the minimum expectation we would have of these professionals. But this doesn't have anything to do with testing.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you very
All
much.
right, thank you.
Russ Connolly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's great to be back in House EDNA. I always love being here. A lot of new faces. So, for the record, my name's Ross Connolly. I'm the Deputy State Director for Americans for Prosperity here in New Hampshire. Here to once again voice our support for this proposal, this time as HB 409. As we've heard, this really is just recognizing another state's licensure. There's very little difference where most of the folks that would come to New Hampshire specifically to have their license transferred to come and work here, they would mostly come from New England states. That's the obvious thing. So the differences between the New England states for licensure for cosmetology, both Massachusetts and Maine require 1,000 hours to acquire a license. Vermont, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and New Hampshire all require 1,500 hours. All require you to actually attend a school and all the other requirements that New Hampshire requires in our license. This simply is making New Hampshire, one, it will free up employers in the state who you talk to anyone who owns a barber shop, a cosmetology shop, whether it's Supercuts, Great Clips, or a locally owned shop. It is incredibly difficult for them to find workers right now. Last year, this legislation easily passed the House. I'm not sure why it didn't become law. There was nobody opposed last year. In fact, I believe Supercuts was in support of the bill. For that reason, they are struggling to find workers, and this is a simple way to say we recognize licenses from out of state. There's very little difference between those requirements, which results in very, very little risk to the consumer. There's not a higher risk to the consumer when they get a haircut or have cosmetology services in Massachusetts compared to New Hampshire. There's no increased risk based on that 500-hour difference in training. So, this is a service that nearly everybody uses. It's a very, very important service. We want to make sure that these folks can pursue their passions as easily as possible and as safely as possible. And we believe that this bill achieves that for New Hampshire and will improve the industry here in New Hampshire. So for those reasons, we urge the committee to move ought to pass on HB 409.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Lekis this time.
Yeah, thank you. I noticed last year's bill, the Senate interim study. Do you happen to know if they actually did study it? And if so, did they report anything on it?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I do not. Often interim study is a nice way of killing a bill. Again, it was a real mystery why it didn't pass. There was very, very little opposition. This is something the industry was basically asking for in order to free up their ability to hire workers.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Dolan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm generally in support of this bill, but my question, if you know that, this back to the bill sponsors too, if you know that it gets stuck in the Senate for some reason, but I notice on our data sheet that you have no senatorial co-sponsors. Have you thought about maybe that would be a tactic that would help you get it through the Senate?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I know Representative Power, who's a fantastic representative, my representative, Rosemary Rung, both worked really hard to really get support for this bill, both last year and this year. I think the Senate is the Senate. They're busy with a lot of their work. Not sure why folks didn't sign on, but I can tell you that this is a proposal that has broad support across both parties, and again is something that the industry really needs to attract workers here and hopefully improve the lives of the folks that are working in this industry.
Well, good luck with the Senate.
Yes, that's always a factor. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Connolly.
Thank you very much.
Connor Norris.
Chair McGuire, Vice Chair Simon, and all distinguished members of the House Executive Departments and Administrative Committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify on the regulation of beauty services and professionals in New Hampshire. I'm the Assistant Director of the NEE Center for the Study of Occupational Regulation at West Virginia University. The main takeaways of my comments are the following. One is that New Hampshire has a shortage of workers and should not create arbitrary barriers for potential new residents. Two, that research shows that occupational licensing restricts geographic mobility by 7%. And three, the recognition of out-of-state licenses is an excellent way to attract workers to the state. Now, New Hampshire is in a strong economic position, and policymakers should be commended for setting the state up for prosperity. New Hampshire has a relatively strong labor market compared to other states in the country. In November 2020, the unemployment rate was below the national average in the state, and the labor force participation rate was above the national average. Unfortunately, employers in New Hampshire are having a difficult time finding employers to fill the current job openings. New Hampshire has one of the most severe worker shortages in the nation, with 49 available workers for every 100 job openings in the state. So the inability of businesses to fill these openings is holding back New Hampshire. We estimate that 16% of workers in New Hampshire require a license to work. Now, licensing is the most stringent form of professional regulation. Although they're passed to and designed to improve the quality of services that consumers receive, they also forbid professionals from working until they meet licensing requirements. So that means education, hands-on training, and passing exams, which can create barriers to entry into a profession. And research estimates that these barriers to entry reduce the supply of professionals by up to 27%. Importantly for this piece of legislation is that licensing also creates a barrier to entry for those looking to move from one state to another. Because licensing laws are passed by state legislatures, moving to a new state often entails reapplying for licensure, taking exams, and sometimes even going through training and education again. Moving is already an expensive process, and this added cost can dissuade professionals from moving entirely. We estimate the licensing laws reduce geographic mobility by 7%, so it does have a significant effect. Now, it doesn't only impact licensed professionals. In two-income households, a professional who doesn't require a license still may forego moving if their spouse needs to go through a long relicensing process. Now, New Hampshire won't be going on a limb if it unconditionally recognizes barber and cosmetology and aesthetic licenses from other states. Currently, 17 other states allow all professionals, regardless of the education level, whether it's specifically for barbers, cosmetologists, and estheticians, or if it's a universal recognition law that allows all professionals to be able to do that. There are 6 other states that require some amount of experience, typically 1 to 2 years of experience or practice, and then regardless of the education level, they'll accept the license. Again, 6 states have gone even further, and they accept licenses for all licensed professionals. So Arizona was the first state to recognize out-of-state licenses in 2019, and they've already seen beneficial effects. Estimated 6,000 more licensed professionals moved in the state since the passage of the reform. I can briefly touch on how New Hampshire's education requirements compare. For barbers, I found 4 states that have lower education requirements than New Hampshire. For cosmetologists, I found 10 states, and 10 states as well for estheticians. Now, given the difficulties of finding available workers faced by New Hampshire businesses, Forcing residents to complete arbitrary hurdles to begin working is especially costly. Allowing licensed professionals to bring their licenses with them increases worker mobility while still leaving those consumer protections in place. This is no silver bullet to help alleviate the hiring difficulties, but it's a common sense reform that can help those looking to move to New Hampshire. With that, I'd like to thank you for your time, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Representative Broda.
What other state has similar legislation than the ones that are being proposed today?
I have a list here. So Alabama, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Idaho, Iowa, and Kansas, Washington.
I'm sorry, I just need a number. I don't need to know
I'm
every
sorry.
state. I said, how many
So
states?
17, either specifically barbers, cosmetologists, and estheticians, or all licensed professions. And there's 6 more that require 1 to 2 years of working experience. So 23 total, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Representative Bailey?
Thank you, Madam.
Excuse me,
Thank-
Representative Bailey, you're a co-sponsor,
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
but all right. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Do you
Thank you.
have written testimony?
I do, yes.
Thank you, that'll be very helpful. Drew Klein?
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Andrew Klein, president of the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy. We are New Hampshire's free market think tank, and we are a 501c3 educational organization, so we do not take positions on bills. We are here to give our opinion on what the effects of such bills might be. And I have some written testimony I can leave for you. So let me just start with the fact that occupational licensing might not seem like an area that has received a lot of, scrutiny from economists, but in fact it has for multiple decades. It is a heavily researched field of economic activity, and the overwhelming consensus from a great deal of academic research in this area is that occupational licenses tend to increase costs for consumers while offering little and in some cases no health or safety benefit. Just as an example, in 1990, the Federal Trade Commission conducted a review of occupational licensing in the United States and concluded that, quote, studies reviewed and evaluated by this report indicate that licensing, 1, may not increase quality, 2, has imposed large costs on consumers, and 3, may be ineffective in lessening potential overprescription of treatment problems. Therefore, the use of licensing should be limited to cases in which other less restrictive alternatives are ineffective or more costly to administer. So in other words, the Federal Trade Commission says don't license unless you absolutely have to, and there's no other less costly alternative. Stephen Slavinsky is one of the experts who's studied this at the academic level. He's a researcher at Arizona State University, and he's specifically studied license portability. And his conclusion is that the general, quote, lack of license portability has real world impacts. It keeps workers from moving to a state when they might otherwise. Lack of portability is also especially onerous for trailing spouses of military members who are often kept out of the workforce when their family is transferred to a new state. Still quoting Professor Slavinsky, getting a new license requires costly, time-consuming, and duplicative hours of training just to do the job that the worker was already doing before they moved across the state border. As a result, the lack of occupational licensing portability suppresses labor market opportunities for new residents of a state. Additionally, it has the effect of discouraging people from moving to a new state at all. Now, this is a serious issue for New Hampshire, which is suffering from a years-long acute labor shortage. Last year, New Hampshire was ranked the 3rd hardest state in the nation to find workers. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics' latest report puts our total number of job openings in New Hampshire at 50,000. And this shortage applies to the licensed occupations covered in this bill. The state has, the State Employment Security Office has a single occupational classification for hairdressers, hairstylists, and cosmetologists. They're all lumped into one classification. In 2021, which is the last year the state has released a report of this data, the total number of hairdressers, hairstylists, and cosmetologists in New Hampshire was 1,860. In 2017, the number was 2,020. So in 4 years, we lost about 160 positions in this field, while our population continued to increase. We have a shortage. You might have experienced some difficulty scheduling an appointment with your barber or hairstylist in the last few years because of this labor shortage. House Bill 409 would help to fill that shortage by making it easier on the margins for licensed professionals in these fields to move to New Hampshire and begin working immediately. It would address this labor shortage and portability problem by removing from state law the entirely unnecessary clause that grants barber, cosmetology, and aesthetics license reciprocity only when the practitioner's home state requirements are, quote, substantially equivalent to or higher than New Hampshire's. Seemingly harmless clause, but it's got problems. First, it's vague. What does it mean? Representative Smith, you were just going back and forth with some witnesses on how do you measure whether it's substantially similar? Well, one of the ways we measure that is hours, but some states require hours and experience. Some states require hours or experience. Some states have one test to pass after your hours. Some states have 3 tests to pass. Some states have no tests to pass. This is so vague that it's really actually difficult to decide what substantially equivalent to means. So we generally use hours as a proxy. For barbering, New Hampshire has among the lowest hours of education requirements in the nation. We require 800 hours of training to become a barber. Only 4 states require fewer hours than New Hampshire. One of them is New York. New York requires, and we have an expert here behind me who will correct me if I get this number wrong. The latest info I have is 291 clock hours of training to be a barber in New York. Now they have some other requirements in there, but if we're going by hours, there's a lower by a lot. One could easily argue that this requirement is not substantially similar to New Hampshire's, 800 hours versus 291 hours. But does anyone actually believe that Manhattan barbers pose a danger to New Yorkers, or that a licensed barber who moves to New York from New Hampshire, or from New York to New Hampshire, is a danger to Granite Staters? If you're qualified to cut Sarah Jessica Parker's hair, I think you're qualified to cut Maggie Hassan's hair. Vermont, Florida, and Oregon also mandate fewer hours of barber training than New Hampshire. For cosmetology, New Hampshire requires 1,500 hours in training. 8 states, by my count, maybe more than that, by a few, but my last count was 8 states require fewer hours, and that includes Massachusetts and Vermont, which both require only 1,000 hours of training. I don't think anybody here would argue that cosmetologists in Boston are a danger to Bostonians. California, New York, New Jersey, and Florida also require fewer hours of training for cosmetology than New Hampshire does. Again, it would be absurd to argue that cosmetologists in these states are a danger, or they should be forbidden from working in New Hampshire without first passing the New Hampshire licensing exam. So that gives you sort of the landscape. I'm happy to take any questions, but I think this bill, by removing that vague provision, would not pose any health or safety risk to anyone in New Hampshire. And it would not be a race to the bottom, because when you look at the actual hour requirements, New Hampshire is towards the bottom for all of these fields. We do not require the most hours of training. Most states require as many hours or more than New Hampshire for all of these licenses. So New Hampshire is already kind of near the bottom, so it's not like we're all of a sudden going to collapse to some low level of training or accept, you know, when we were testifying on this bill a couple of cycles ago, there were worries that maybe, you know, Alabama or Arkansas or some state like that would have, no training. But in fact, it's a lot of northeastern states and western states that have lower hours than New Hampshire. A lot of the southern states, in fact, I think almost all the southern states have higher hours of training. So anyway, that gives you a sense where we are. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions?
Nope.
Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sympathetic to this bill. I voted for it the last time around, so I don't want my questions to be misconstrued. What I'm curious about is I feel like there are two elements of this bill that are going on at the same time. There is the concern potentially that this is a race to a bottom, right? It's the race to the lowest common denominator. We're going to accept the lowest standard available, and that will increase risk to the citizens of the state of New Hampshire by nature of it being the lowest common denominator. There's that side of it, or we're requiring too much training in our state, more training that's necessary. And should we also be looking at lowering our regulations to meet the surrounding states? Because from testimony, one of the things that I'm concerned about is it seems like two states that are directly abutting us have lower standards than we do. And once again, it's not just the ability to practice in the state that I'm concerned about, but also receiving your licensure.
Sure.
And so my question is, from your testimony, it sounds like you would say that maybe our bar's a little too high.
I think that's a fair assessment, just based on what we've looked at with training requirements around the country. Again, New Hampshire's bar is actually, relatively speaking, low. There are a lot of states that have higher bars, but for the Northeast and for our neighbors, we're actually fairly high, unnecessarily high in some of these respects, I would say. So I think you could certainly make the argument that New Hampshire, for cosmetology in particular, we're 50% higher than our neighbors. I have not yet encountered, despite quite a bit of research on this issue, a really good reason for that. But if you really want to get an hours-long meeting, then propose a bill to cut those hours, and you will see you'll have a long, long meeting ahead of you.
Other questions? Yeah, I'd like to mention that I know someone who 40 plus years ago was living in Massachusetts, intending to move to New Hampshire, and while she was in school got the additional hours because even then Massachusetts required fewer hours than New Hampshire.
Yep.
And it's not the customers in New Hampshire are more demanding than the customers in Massachusetts.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions come? Oh, thank you very much, Mr.
Thanks.
Klein. Jessica Poitras.
Great, this is on. You all can hear me? Okay, lovely. Dear Chairwoman McGuire and members of the Executive Departments and Administrations Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 409, which would allow the New Hampshire Board of Barbering, Cosmetology, and Aesthetics to recognize out-of-state beauty industry professional licenses. My name is Jessica Batois, and I'm Legislative Counsel at the Institute for Justice. The Institute for Justice is a national nonprofit organization that advocates for individual rights. For nearly 30 years, we have helped reform licensing laws, licensing beauty industry laws in over 24 states through litigation and legislative efforts. We also published the first of its kind report, Beauty School Debt and Dropouts, How State Cosmetology Licensing Fails Aspiring Beauty Workers, which details how state-mandated cosmetology programs are roadblocks rather than stepping stones for aspiring entrepreneurs. All 50 states require cosmetologists, barbers, and estheticians to be licensed. Each state's beauty school curriculum, beauty practitioner skills and techniques, and beauty services are nearly identical. Despite those similarities, it is difficult to have an out-of-state beauty license recognized here in New Hampshire. New Hampshire requires out-of-state beauty license requirements to be substantially equivalent to or higher than those of New Hampshire's license. My apologies. And to answer a question that was proposed earlier, the language related to substantially equivalent to or higher than, the intention of that is to mean hours, not to determine other things like curriculum and practitioner hours outside of school. That arbitrary requirement restricts the mobility of licenses, which is a problem for beauty professionals and employers in the state. I encourage this committee to support House Bill 409 because reducing licensing barriers creates more opportunities for citizens of New Hampshire. First, licensing mobility is exceedingly important. Employers across the country are experiencing labor shortages. Making it easier for licensed beauty professionals to work by reducing barriers will allow employers to have a wider pool of potential applicants. Second, the substantially equivalent or higher than language requirement is vague. It creates a chilling effect for potential beauty professionals who may have an interest in working in New Hampshire. Qualified beauty professionals may choose not to bring their skills here for fear of having to undergo additional costly and time-consuming training. Third, this bill helps to empower women. Most beauty service professionals are women, and beauty service skills are easily transferable, making this an industry that is attractive for women who want to continue to support their families while moving from state to state. However, the time it takes to determine the quality of a beauty license for these professionals means that these women are out of work because of needless bureaucracy, which leaves their careers to stagnate. This bill helps to get these women into work sooner, to support their families, and to continue to advocate for their careers. House Bill 409 makes a small change to the law that will have large impacts for beauty professionals. In conclusion, I encourage this committee to support House Bill 409 so that skilled beauty professionals can bring their skills to New Hampshire. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I am happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Well, all right. I don't see any, and thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you all.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 409? Yes, Director Lindsay.
Thank you again. For the record, Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director, OPLC. The agency is not taking a position on this bill. We generally support portability. I think that there is an opportunity to look at the hours requirements. However, I think there is an unintended consequence as a result of the bill's language by striking the language substantially equivalent to or higher than those of the other state. The language currently requires that the applicant hold a, quote, current and valid license. A current and valid license includes licenses that are suspended. Suspended licenses are both current and they're both valid. Individuals with suspended licenses on the basis of discipline have to renew their license, otherwise they lapse or they expire and they have to meet other requirements to reinstate. So, because right now the statute includes the substantially equivalent to or higher than those of the other state language, the board is in a position to be able to deny licensure if, for example, the individual has a license that's suspended in another state. If that language were stricken, I would suggest that the language current and valid license be modified to use the traditional language, which is a license in good standing in another jurisdiction. I also wouldn't limit it to state because, DC is a jurisdiction, but not necessarily a state. I know that's a legal issue, but it does create problems for us in the office. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. That's a very reasonable point that was probably overlooked. Any other questions? Seek none. Thank you very much. Does anyone else wish to testify on House Bill 409? All right, seeing none, thank you. I'll close the hearing, and this will, of course, be taken over by our professional licensing subcommittee. All right.
I think we'll be spending next Friday on this stuff.
Okay, and we will resume next Wednesday.